Hello. Welcome to the stream. I figured I kind of needed to stop leaving Umineko specifically with no music. My issue is that I was gonna put out an assortment of music, but like all things, I keep forgetting. Like, it's a very consistent thing, just forgetting. Also, hey Alex, hey Otter. I'm high-key starting to realize that when I wake up tomorrow, not only do I need to mow the lawn, I also need to reset this fucking modem. Because I've only been technically streaming for 7 minutes, and I've dropped like 600 frames. Thankfully, I'm not playing something that's frame heavy, so it's not gonna matter that much. But it's still gonna bug me. Especially bugs me since, like, sometimes I can get away with like a full week without having to reset the modem, and then other times I have to reset it. Okay, so let's continue where we left off. Because it's only been 3 days, so I actually do remember what happened. The worst title screen ever, just I mean, yeah. Then again, I don't go into a visual novel going, yes, the title screen. I just kind of sit there like, oh. I just kind of sit at the title screen of this game like, huh. That's nice. また So a new Genshin character drop, and my friend has been acting up as usual. The only thing I've seen related to Genshin today was like one of the people I follow continuously shitting on the character design solely because they all use the same base character model. It's usually first impressions gotta make it good. I mean, Alex, I understand that, but at the same time, I kinda like, maybe I'm weird. I never really think of title screens that way. It's like opening cinematics. Yeah, like, that's fair, but I don't have a real counter argument. I was just gonna say, I think this game, yeah, when I first streamed this game, it did have an opening, and I think I did watch it fully through. Because the mod let me, like the 7th expansion mod let me download the version that doesn't have the copyrighted music. So I assume that went through fine because it's been like 3 months, but I have to check if that stream's still... Actually, no, like 5 months. I have to check if that stream's still up. It probably is because I haven't gotten a notice it's been taken down. That being said, I don't remember a single thing about the opening, I'm gonna be real with you. And it's not because the content wasn't interesting, it's because it's been months. Where did I leave off? Because I know last episode was after finding out about the shed. The 6 dead bodies in the shed. A lot of theorizing of who done it, or if the witch is actually real. Then all of a sudden, Maria just kind of becomes, Satan Light. She became Satan Light for like 30 minutes. Then I assumed returned to somewhat normal. And then Natsui Natsui, in terms of protection, just goes, sorry to alarm you, I have a gun. I thank you, Otter. I forgot about high-key, the most important bit. Then the ambient noise kind of works in this instance since it's supposed to be scary. Yeah. Lunch ended, and the servants... Oh god, the way this stand starts is fucking my brain up. Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. Damn it, I'm already starting. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsui planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, rendering most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結構。カノンは？
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered,
Shannon, どうしてあんなひどい死に方を。
死に方のことは忘れなさい。ただ運がなかっただけだ。
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて、未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。生贄が欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。
Sets in for different people at different time.
どうしてどうして。
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのは私だったのかもしれないし、お前だったのかもしれない。
Oh. Beatrice just needed some soul food. This isn't right if they needed to send her to heaven.
あるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。
It's still just one of those, fuck. Because a majority of the characters that died in there were just kinda eh. Because I didn't like Rosa. Kyrie seemed alright. I feel like I'll later get onto why Spiral was hating her. Or hates her. But I feel like that'll come up way later. I didn't like Rosa up front, solely because child abuse. Rudolph was funny, I can give him that. I didn't care for Kraus. Yeah, Shannon was like the only one in that group who I actually liked. So I'm sitting there fully liked, so I was sitting there like, oh, out of all the people here, why you? This is Egypt, their spirit needs offerings, gifts, food, a bath. The bath will go to heaven safe.
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
うん。君の悪い跡だった。
Rudolph was kind of a jerk and not much else, but I don't think he deserves it. I mean, that's kind of why I left it off at he was funny. Because I didn't hate Rudolph. I was just... He was funny, but he was kind of... I was kind of indifferent to him. Like, so him dying, I was like... I mean, that sucks. But at the same time... Yeah. Maybe that just makes me heartless, I don't know. I just kind of sit there like, I didn't hate him, but I kind of, like, he didn't even expect him to be around that long, so. I'm still surprised Hideyoshi's still breathing. Like, because again, I thought he was gone free. Like, immediately.
血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。いや、扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。そんな気味の悪い跡だった。
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsui's room, with the substance sticking to the door and the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door. It had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door, but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。
It was the charm.
もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Just then, a loud, sharp noise came from the hall. Oh, fuck. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。
Connell, it's a bad look, my nigga. No. Just... It's one of the worst times to let your emotions rip.
俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様。
Being a bitch. Like, Like, I can't even say this is the kind of thing you say when you know you're alone, because they thought they were alone. Battler just happened to be walking by that area at that time. So it was just horrible timing. It's still a bad look. Battler walked in, kind of going, fuck this, pretty much.
これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kanon-kun stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing the discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。今さら隠すなよ。だから単刀直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？
Battler's pretty sus right now, pulling off some bad. You know what? Battler as Batman is a concept. It's a concept I'm not against. Just happens to walk into a room, so I have the evidence.
どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
Kanon-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。
His parents are dead already, if I remember correctly, so he just needs trauma. You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong.
俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Kanon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kanon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、
Trauma, anger, and a badass butler.
手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
So he's rich, I assume, practically. You know, just give him the combat training. At this point, just give him the combat training. And then, like, kill his sense of humor. And then he's just Batman now. This is the new headcanon. We've done it. We've one-upped the Beatrice. High-key, I don't think we've one-upped Beatrice. I just said that because I don't know where to go with that joke anymore.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
Otter, I hate the fact that we're continuing this Batman bit now, but I genuinely forget Batman has one-liners. Because most of my memories of Batman are just him being mad. And that kinda it. When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke. and his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。
Here's how we one up it. Battler is Batman. Beatrice walks in with Joker. Oh no! Oh no! We spoke of the funniest thing to exist. You know, Beatrice is the Joker, you know what? Considering these small things I've seen on Twitter.com, I wouldn't say that's unbelievable in the slightest.
ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので、カノンは躊躇しているのです。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Genji-san and Kanon-kun looked at each other, then nodded though they'd decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
ああ。じゃあ聞くぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ？俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。違うのか？
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様は六軒島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
Battler grabbed him by the collar too. His Batman instincts are showing already. If they don't comply, beat them until they do. You know, if I somehow do manage to finish this entire visual novel within the next year, it'll be hilarious if I then play the fighting game, and I'm assuming the story mode for the fighting game, and he just becomes a version of Batman. Because there's spin-off Higurashi shit where Rika and Sadako turn into magical girls. So I wouldn't put it past Ryukishi to do that for a laugh. A farm with shotgun has a Ryu number of 3. Otter, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't get that one. I don't understand that one at all. Because I know what farmer with shotgun is. I don't know what a Ryu number of 3 means.
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
はあ？よせやいよせやい。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
I mean, Battler, you do know he's gone, right? So literally, he ain't paying shit. That nigga's not paying shit. He's nowhere to be found. I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanon-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Bachan. who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からおそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょ
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じいさまにベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、
Kanon once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
Urged him on jokingly again. However, it looked like Kanon was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa Bachan whispered.
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
お姿が？なんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がですから、ベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
So she's just a fucking ghoul. Well, at least her true form is then just a ghoul.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。追えば不幸があると囁かれています。その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
Nigga, when 3 servants are telling you dead ass that this shit is happening, you can't really go. Are you kidding me? This 3 whole people are like, yes, this is real. This is actually real. You serious? Yes. So let me. I don't think he's taking this seriously. Not grieving either. Dude claps back to normal. What's the difference between Higurashi, Go, and Sotu? Alex, to answer your question, Go and Sotu, there's technically no difference between them. Like how this game has question arcs and answer arcs, Higurashi is constructed the same way, where the first 4 arcs are answer arcs, and I'm assuming the last 4 are question arcs. Brain? The first 4 are question arcs, and I'm assuming the last 4 are answer arcs. However, if you were to buy Higurashi off of Steam, they wouldn't tell you this, and then just kind of go, okay, here are the chapters and parts. Which, I mean, it does about the same thing, but Go and Sotsu are basically the A-sides and B-sides of that story. Because Go itself is a sequel to the original Higurashi. And Sotsu is basically its second season. I kind of, like, I get why they just don't say, oh, it's this season 2, because, you know, the actual subtitles mean something in relation to the actual, like, novel or show. But it's one of those things where I kind of wish they said, oh, just call it Higurashi Go 2, semicolon Sotsu or something like that. Would it sound worse? Yeah. Yeah, it would. But it would be a lot more sensible to people who don't know what it is. That's the kind of rule you tell your guests about. Yeah, in Battler's defense, these people have been built different from... Fair enough. You know what, Otter? Fair enough.
Butler様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。
She's already
そ
entered
の
the
ような
chat.
お言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
わかりませんか、バトラ様。ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここにお越しになっております。
I was high-key waiting for him to say she's right here, right now.
おいおいよせよ。
It's like that one Gundam clip, just, I'm always fighting. I'm fighting right now.
俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
However, there was no trace of the joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Konosawa Bachan, who is usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、いるって言われてもよ。俺には何も見えないぜ。今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。冗談よせやい。
She's right behind you. Hey, Bright. Bright, that is the whitest thing you've typed. That's all I have to say about that. Oh. So it seems like Satan Light was an understatement. I take it back. Suddenly, just you know the word applies for both phrases. That unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. the Sprite again. Just yes. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, but her expression and the feeling about her presence felt the exact same as the sermons.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。だから見えない。会えない。話せない。
Look at my daughter on her bullshit again. I love it. Can't take this. I can't either. Like, cause I did plan on doing this eventually when I get to Higurashi as well. I do want to cycle through all the sprite styles for certain chapters and then settle on one, including the manga gamer one, which I don't enjoy looking at those. I don't know why. Like, I look at the manga gamer sprites for this and Higurashi, and my body just kind of naturally rejects them. Like, it's not like the art is bad. I just look at the art style for, or at least the artist they get for manga gamer, and I'm just like, oh, I don't like that sprite. Lob her head off with an no.
ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
No, Sprite. The Play-Doh sprites are the original. The manga gamer sprites, like when we get out of this specific vibe of scene, I'm gonna show them to you. I'm gonna show them on stream, but it's just a very... Actually, Alex, no. If anything, the OG sprites are more that vibe in general. Because every other art style for these series makes them look more like people instead of dough people. They look more like regular anime people than dough people. Like, again, don't worry about it. I'll show it off later. But it just looks off to me. Like, because even characters, I'm like, oh, you can put them in a lot of art styles and it'll work. I look at the manga gamer one, I don't like it.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Wait. So you're telling me he was born without the ability to see dead people?
なんだよそれ。
Bro, you're built wrong.
魔女？悪魔？
Really looked at him and said, you were built wrong from the get-go.
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
I don't know what it is. The faces like the Maria sprite like this. Just, like, it's one of those feelings of, I hate that, but it's unintentionally hilarious. because when I see someone who looks that evil and looks like they're enjoying themselves, I naturally start fucking smiling. It's one of those... It's sinister. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。
Battler, you may be command grabbed by a child. I'd leave the room.
昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
You're getting command grabbed.
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな。わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
Stop saying...
いるって、どこにさ？
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servant's eyes haven't been pointed in quite the right direction. I'd figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanun-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. She really is right behind him! Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time! However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。
She stops saying ooh and gets worse. I do miss the Majin. I do miss the kid boo noises.
でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、話しかけられない。
One of the couple times I say go back, the speech impediment was endearing.
だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
She's going to command grab him. I'm feeling it.
バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
ああ、あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。
Battler, if you throw that shit away, you're getting command grab.
あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、
I know I keep
ち
saying
とはご利益あったってことなのか？
I know I keep saying it, but in my heart I know it's true. He throws it away. Beatrice is like, give me that life. Just well played, buddy. Your life is forfeit. What do you mean by
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよ、バトラは。
そうか。あれがなかったら俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに。今そこにほら。 信じる気になったでしょ。信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Right then, I burst into what? Playing with witches and that pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately, that last will seem to be too much for me to gloss over.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、全然ダメだ。
When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。お前にもらったお守りよ、俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ、どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。なら魔女悪いが、俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。第六感、波長、魔法のセンス、悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじいさまに給料もらってるか知らねえが、そう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
The voice went without me clicking the rest of the text again. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ、ベアトリーチェはね。そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
Who did you say is again? Aunt Natsui. Steam releases an unused CG. You may have seen it. Maria Chiss is her name now. Okay, so this seems like a good place to just actually find what I'm talking about. Because I'm aware Alex already looked it up for himself, but just in case other people haven't. Hit up the store page. So then set OBS to Steam. Yeah, this is the art style I'm talking about. Like, it's not a bad art style. I just don't like it for this. Yeah, then they have the original sprites. Yeah, and then back to Manga Gamer. Yeah, then more of the original. Then back to Manga Gamer. Those are pachinko sprites. Yeah, no. I forget things have pachinko a lot. But yeah, there are parts of this. Like, again, it's not a bad art style. It's just pachinko sprites today. Oh, okay. Like, it's not a bad art style. It's just very weird. Like, let me hit up the Higurashi one as well, because I may as well. I did not mean to hit up chapter 3, but you can see the point. Just, I'm not a fan of these sprites. Like, there is something about them that just irk me to my core. I think the original game didn't have any CGs and the PS3 version added them. Yeah, that seemed to be the case with Higurashi as well, so I kind of assumed Umineka had the same thing. So now I can close Steam. There are some bugged ones on Steam that don't display properly, but you may have a patch installed to fix it. I'm assuming the 7th expansion mod fixes it. Like, again, this is just me making... Is it the head? Right, it's mostly the faces. They look weird. Like, I can't explain it. I just look at characters whenever the manga game, like, outside of the original sprites, when Manga Gamer uses those other sprites, I'm just like, oh, that looks like it doesn't look correct to me. Like, I go, yeah, that's who that character's supposed to be, but that doesn't feel right. Saw a character with a gun, that means they fixed that. Like, it wasn't a CG of Natsui with a gun. It was just her sprite with a gun. Like, hang on, let me... Oh god, I need to re-add image to the scenes. They got big for it. Oh no. They're all emu and Manga Gamer. We found it out. Okay, what did I name this image? Was it just N-Gun? Yeah, it was. Thank God I recently started naming images. Like, oh yeah, and because it'll... Yeah, because it'll do this, I need to... Yeah, there it is. Just Natsui with a gun. There it is. Now it's gone. Never mind, that means it didn't display them. Oh, okay, so that CG just broke. At least for me it did. Because all I got was just her with gun. And to me that sent me. So I was like, you know, You know, I'm fine with that. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. Of course she's still holding the fucking gun. I was in no way ready. I was in no way ready again. I'm sorry, it's just like like holding a gun isn't inherently funny to me. Well, no, it's become inherently funny to me solely because of the internet. Like, obviously, like, once given context, I start going, oh shit, oh no, god. But just like, I need to save the image. Just finally, disappointed rifle. This is what didn't show. In the end, Natsuri reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor just as Natsui had told them to, and sat on the sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. The original sprite doesn't have fingers, it's worse. I'm aware of the OG sprites and their dough hands. I love them. Just everyone is Knuckles the Echidna in the old art style, and it's great. Maria, as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ugh." Finally, returned to Majin Buu. What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria.
確かにマリアちゃんは魔女とかの話になると人が変わるね。昨日海岸でバトラ君も見たでしょ。
Natsui has 2 fingers holding the rifle. Wait a minute. Concept art looks better than the final renders. Someone clearly used on this paint. I mean, I'm assuming the original creator of the visual novel wasn't like a big artist. So honestly, considering my drawing skills, I can't make fun of Ryukishi's art. I really can't. He draws people that look more like people than my drawings. And even then, I rarely draw. Like, let me try and find it, because now I'm interested. I need to see two-fingered Natsui with a gun. Yes, gun. Yes. Finally. The way. Hold up your draw. I must see. No. So let me just download this real quick. And gun 2. Like, I've never looked at most of the Umineko characters' old sprites. I've only seen them, like, through Twitter. Literally through Twitter. Where did I save? I think I saved it in memes. I was about to say local man, I really just forgot where he fucking saved an image 2 seconds ago. Right, here we go. Fucking love it. I fucking love the knuckles, the echidna hands. They're great. What are you gonna do? Pull the trigger? You're wearing boxing gloves. The joke's on you. The fingers spawn in at a later date. Oh! Bless them. Bless those sprites. I need to actually use them for one of these chapters. Because that shit just naturally funny.
サソリのキーホルダーの時か。いや、あんな機嫌を損ねるみたいな感じじゃなくてよ。まるでその二重人格みたいな感じで。
ああ、たまにそういうこともあるな。さっきマリアが魔法陣の話を始めた時みたいなやつ、たまーにあるぜ。気持ち悪いけどな。
These games get so many releases. Yeah, with new content every time, I might add. Because there's like, how many versions of Higurashi on a console or handheld? There's like 5 chapters of Higurashi on DS or something. I know that. And I sit there like, you know, like, and apparently there was like a V Mobile Higurashi version, and I just sat there like, oh. I mean, it is a visual novel, so that makes sense. I just kind of sit there like, damn, did y'all release this on everything? Somehow except modern consoles? Which makes it even kind of... It's like slightly weirder that these don't have an American release on anything other than Steam. I mean, it makes sense because, you know, it is a visual novel. Like, I'm convinced even Potatoes could run visual novel. Well, not I'm convinced, I'm pretty sure most visual novels even potato computers could run. But it's just one of those things I sit and think about, like, what content did y'all add to these console versions that there's so many of them? Because I do know, like, I think the expansion mod for Higurashi has, like, all of the console arcs. So I'm assuming it means stuff from, like, they added in the PS2 versions. If anything was added in the DS versions, or whatever other versions that they're going to have it in the mod, along with like extra chapters. Apparently Jessica had spotted that key Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it in a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time.
あれってのは何なんだ?
That isn't yeah.
マリアは二重人格か何かなのか?
I'm also assuming it's because everything didn't release at the same time initially. Because like even on Steam, Higurashi itself is still split up into like 8 episodes. And because I think, if I remember right, these were sold at like doujin circles when they were initially releasing. Meaning that it would literally be, hey, we did the next chapter coming to this Comiket, and then they'd buy it at the Comiket. And then when the series took off and got semi-popular, they were like, yo, we can sell these on Elite, we can sell these on console, and other things. And then they just went, well, we'll go from there. And somehow Higurashi Daybreak was made, and this game got a fighting game. Umineko got the fighting game out of the two. Especially with Sotsu, I'm getting forever mad that this was the one that got the fighting game. Never thought they could even get them on consoles due to content. I mean, Alex, they weren't porn. It's literally my only cross counter. They weren't porn. That, and I'm assuming most of these games don't actually show like the gore itself. Like, cause even I've noticed like the newer versions that have CGs don't really show the gore. Like, it's usually the animes you'd go to where they actually show, like, the gore. Because, like, a lot of stuff hit different... Yeah, maybe it's because they didn't have CG. Yeah. And even then, they probably didn't have CGs for that specifically, so they could still sell it on console. Because, like, Japan has a very weird thing against gore and blood and violence in their rating system. Because, like, in No More Heroes in Japan, like, I remember the short time I had the ISO from Japanese No More Heroes 1 on Wii, which I'll still be mad because it wasn't the version with Japanese voice acting like I hoped it would be. But like, there was, like, the way death metal dies... Like, initially, gets both his hands chopped off, then gets decapitated. They keep his hands getting cut off, but it seems like he's just bleeding like black cubes that keep disappearing. And then it's supposed to do the decapitation thing, right? But he doesn't get decapitated, he just kind of sits there. Like, I'm guessing the implication is that his throat is slit in the Japanese version. The only porn Higurashi's has is like safe for work on a mobile game. I was gonna say the small bits I know about the Kira OVA seem to be not porn, but just heavily, this is fan service. And then I just kind of sit there like, I didn't come here for this. Just me. I didn't come here to get hard. I wanted to see crime. I wanted to learn the mystery. I did not come here to come. I come to solve crime. It's weird because the pixelated stuff in the anime too, don't look it up. I mean, I was already told not to look at Umineko's anime specifically. But I'm assuming for the anime wise, it was either broadcasting standards or they just didn't want to show it. Guts and organs, it's pixelated even with the violence being. Huh. So never mind then. I do remember something of Higarashi's anime getting uncensored. Cause I remember seeing shit clear as day. Like, it wasn't blacked out or pixelated or anything. I remember seeing shit clear as day. Cause I know the TV version has to be censored like that. Or maybe it was uncensored for the American version? Because, like, I don't know when Sentai released it, but there was a Blu-ray for Higurashi, and I need to check if there's one for Umineko just to see. Because there could be. This is the first. Didn't America No More Heroes get black? No. America typically doesn't get censored versions unless there's someone with ass. Yeah. Also, first of all, right, that the sentence that death metal was never black. Also, yeah, the American version of No More Heroes, hands chopped off, decapitated. Japanese version, they just really said, alright, his hands are gone. Throat slit. Power move. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of a bigger power move. Movies and TV. Yeah, so Blue thought his name was Black. No, his name was always Death Metal. Bright, how did you think his name was Black Metal? They've called him Death Metal since the jump. So yeah, there are Blu-rays for it. They're Japan only, though. No, there is a Blu-ray for... Yeah, there is a Blu-ray in English because it writes the title out in English. It's just... The first set is out of order, second set is only a DVD and currently... Yeah, also currently unavailable. Wait, no, there's only one DVD of Volume 2 in stock. And someone on Amazon is selling the entire Blu-ray series from Japan for like $900. Oh, fuck. Like, what the...
それとも本当に霊感が強かったりとかしてそういうのに憑依されたりとかしちまうのかよ。
I had to move on because if I kept going, I would have been sitting there all day.
そういうのじゃないと思うよ。バトラ君にも経験ない？小さい頃自分以外の誰かになりたかったなんてこと。
When humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different from other people. So since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate, being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is to start breaking the rules in what's called their rebellious stage. Everyone else follows the rules. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them, calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from Jordaniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex.
成長期の根底には子供から脱却したいというひよこが殻を破るのに似た衝動がある。子供と大人の違いは何かわかるかい？
年齢？それとも体格？
違うよ。経験だよ。大人が子供を見下すのは人生経験が少ないからだよ。子供が何を言っても鼻で笑ってしまうのは世間知らずのくせにと見下しているからだよ。
ああ、そういうのわかるぜ。子供の頃って妙に人生ってもう悟りきったようなことを口にして年長しゃぶりたくなるよな。大人は子供が何を言っても世の中甘くないとか社会に出ればわかるとか鼻で笑ってる。まあ実際そうなんだけど、子供的にはそういうのって見下されてるみたいでムカつくんだよな。
なるほどな。知識や経験の有無か。確かに年齢だけ無駄に食ってても尊敬はされねえよな。
となるとつまり子供から脱却したいという衝動を持つ時期にかつ他者とは違うという個性を持ちたくなる。子供からの脱却がつまり知識や経験なのだとしたら。
なるほど。他人の持ち得ない知識を持つことが一つのアイデンティティになるわけか。
小学校の頃なんかさ、クラスの誰も知らないことを知っていたり持っていたり身につけていたりするとヒーローになれたよな。バトラもそういう経験あるだろ？
あるある。何か一芸に秀でたいと思うお年頃って確かにあるな。なるほど。それが子供からの脱却、つまり成長期ってわけか。
健全な意味での成長期はそうして没個性を脱却するために人が持たない知識やスキルを身につけることを促す。これは社会学的にも面白いことだよ。人が没個性を嫌うために人と違う技術を身につけようとする。これにより社会は幅広い技術を獲得して立脚する。神々の高度なプログラミングに驚かされるね。
まあ個性がネガティブに働くこともあるぜ。クラスみんなが真剣に勉強してるから俺だけはサボって目立とうとかよ。
Okay, the last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school.
でもまあ誰も飛べない飛び箱を飛んでやりたいとか、成績のいい連中を周回遅れにさせてやるぜってマラソンで全力疾走とか、そういう気持ちはあったな。勉強はダメだったから少なくとも運動では見返してやるぜって根性はあった。うん、なるほど。ちゃんと成長期してるな俺。
男子ってやっぱり肉体的な方面に関心が向くよな。でもよ、同じ時期に女子は精神的な面に向きやすいんだよ。バトラのクラスの女子にも占いとか霊感とかそんなこと言ってる女子連中のグループがあったりしただろ。
Anyone else die? No.
あったあった。 人の星座とか血液型とか聞いてきて、ああやっぱりクスクスとか笑われると大いにムカついたもんだぜ。どこのクラスに行っても女子は占いが好きだし、決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの、感受性がどうこう、見えないものが見えちまうだの、そういう手合いが必ずいたもんだぜ。
占いも霊感も学校では教えないものだからね。男の子と違い、内向的な世界に関心を持ちやすい女の子にとって、それはアイデンティティを確立しやすくて、かつ興味深いジャンルなんだよ。
Astrology.
男子が成長期に入ると急に悪ぶったりして大人に反抗を始めるのと全く同じに。
Just I keep thinking about, technically mine would be, I guess, like anime and voice actors. I'd say that was my growth period, because I wasn't really that physical. The stars aligned to tell me you punched right over, living to that anger. I wasn't ready for punching drywall. That was a sentence I was in no way ready for.
女子も成長期に入るとそういうのに興味が出るようになるんだよ。私はそうでもなかったけどさ。
Girls really do make those kinds of assumptions based on appearance and stuff. I don't think I've ever noticed, because I did have female friends, but none of them really cared about stuff like that. Like, most of my friends were either incredibly depressed dorks or just regular dorks. So we got along just fine.
つまりマリアがオカルトに関心を持つのは年頃の女の子としてはそう珍しくもないってことか。
Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains the creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably could accept that explanation more or less.
さっきも言った通り、大人になるというのは知識や経験を持つことを言う。
Non-dogs be ruthless, they can say the foulest stuff. I'm aware. I sat next to some horrible people at graduation 3 years. Oh god, that was 3 years ago. But, like, I'm not gonna talk about it because I've mentioned it to friends like 4 times and I don't want to mention it on stream because I'll be mad again. But they said something, like, really horrible to a teacher who, I considered them family because they were really cool people. They said something really horrible to her, and we found out that she was, like, really ill recently, like, back then. So, long story short, almost committed assault, and I'm glad I didn't because, you know, I'm still here. But at the same time, looking back, I wish I committed assault. Not gonna lie. Like, that is the most abridged way I can say it without getting extremely pissed off again. Because just remembering those 2 people in particular, just...
だからそれを得るために子供たちはいろいろなことを学んで子供を脱却しなければならないんだけど、子供の世界に今も昔もはびこっているある便利な妄想があるんだよ。わかるかい？
漫画やアニメに多いだろ。ほらあれだよ、前世の記憶が蘇ってとか、偉大なるなんとかの魂が乗り移ってとか。
ああ、他にも遺伝子が覚醒したりとか、封印されていた能力やら記憶やらが戻ったりとか、いろいろあるな。どういうわけか、あの時期はそういうのがやたらと流行るもんさ。どうしてだ？
今挙げたキーワードは全て子供の自分に知識や経験を直ちに付加できる幻想だからだよ。9歳の女の子も1000年を生きた魔女が私に憑依していると言い出せば1009歳のアイデンティティが得られるわけだからね。
まあつまり勉強するのは面倒くさい。
This had a dub would be the funniest crap. I kind of like. I wouldn't mind the visual novels getting a dub. My issue is how the dub would be handled. Because I sat there thinking, you know, the anime exists, and I'm assuming since it was licensed, they had a dub for it. I'm assuming. I'm actually not gonna check currently at the moment. How do you translate ooh and dub into English without being unrelated? I mean, it's a speech impediment. Like, I feel like you can get away with like a weird speech pattern or speech impediment in a dub pretty easily. Because in Higurashi, Rena does have a habit at points of saying the end of a sentence twice. So I'm sitting there like, yeah, you can just put it into English. It's still weird regardless. Like, to me, it's still weird regardless, but I sit there like, yeah, it's a verbal tick, I understand. I can't get mad at people for that, like, at all.
でも人とは違うスキルを持って周りに威張りたい、ちやほやされたいっていう連中にとっては便利な妄想なんだよな。
So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream?
あとは子供からの脱却願望には必ず自分の理想像の自己投影が行われ、その願望の姿が別人格として形成されることが少なくない。
There's an English dub on Kickstarter for Umineko Go. I need to read that sentence again. There's an English dub on Kickstarter for Umineko Gold. There is an English dub on Kickstarter is what's throwing me. What is an Umineko Gold? Excuse me? Okay, gold edition. So, Umineko When They Cry Gold Edition is a North American Kickstarter project for an enhanced English version of the Steam release. Question Arcs and Chiru, a collaboration between 7th Expansion, Witch Hunt, Manga Gamer, and Sound Cadence Studios. This version is set to include full English voice acting, updated graphics from the PS3 remakes, and new content directed from Ryukishi himself. In addition, the game will come as a fully voiced audiobook called Voices of Rokenjima, which will be released for free on iTunes. Huh. Also, Alex, you didn't need to copy it. I found the wiki blurb. First announced in November 1st, 2018, showing a 20-minute preview and previews 7 members of the English class. English cover of the song Karayoku no Tori by Amanda Amelie Lee. Crowdfunding for the project was originally scheduled to begin on November 7th, 2018, which changed to November 14th to add extra rewards. Following its overwhelming positive response, the project was delayed again due to the health concerns of the project's director, Emily Fajardo, who had confirmed her recovery on December 15th. Oh, good for her. The project went without updates for almost 2 years. On April 16, 2021, the preview video uploaded by Sound Cadence was made private, with the official website updating to remove links to Sound Cadence's channel. Candbox Creative account reached out to say they still can't talk about the status of the project at this time, but the Sound Cadence Studios account is not owned by them. Huh. Which begs the question. Which begs my question. Someone do this for Higurashi and just don't let Funimation get their hands on it. Please. Like, a high-key hope. Like, even if it's a new voice cast different from the original, please. Like, I don't dislike the Funimation voice cast for these characters for, like, Go and So too. Like, because I haven't heard enough of them to say I outright don't like them. I wasn't a fan from the first episode of Go. Funimation messed it up. Like, I wasn't a fan of the new voice actors in Go. Like, and I get, like, okay, Funimation may not able to get, like, Grant George or Mayla Lee or Megan Hollingshed back. Maybe some of them quit, or maybe they were doing things at the time, or because COVID, or, you know, Texas. But I sat there like, okay, so it's gonna be mostly new people. I watched the first episode of Go, and I just kind of went, It's not bad. Like, the VAs definitely are doing their job fine. It's just things like audio balancing and just the way they pronounce some stuff. Because I swear to God, every time someone called Rena by name, it sounded like they said Vena. And I was very lost. I was like, wait. When did she become German? And her name all of a sudden start with a W? It's one of those things that I feel like would have irked me if I kept watching it. That, and because I'm more used to the Japanese voices anyway, for me, it was just kind of like, you know, I'm open to a dub. Because I watched the original dub right before watching the dub of Go a bit. And I just went, this isn't the greatest, but I still like it. It's not horrible. It felt like a Naruto situation where, to me, it starts out mediocre but just gets better over time. And then I realized OG Higurashi wasn't fully dubbed, so I probably couldn't have gotten to hear what the absolute best it could have sounded like. Which hurts me, because I wanted that to get fully dubbed at some point. Like, again, I haven't watched any of Go and Sotu's dub past, like, episodes 1 and 4 of Go. Specifically because I wanted to see how they handled that was incomplete for what reason. Basically, same reason as, I'm assuming the same reason as why we only got season 1 of the Beautiful Joe anime here in the States. The distributor, Jenny and Entertainment, shut down. And, like, Funimation actually did have the license for a bit in the 2000s, did literally nothing with it, and then just let it go away. Then Sentai was like, wait a minute, people like this thing, let's do something with it. And they did release the dub of the first season, and they didn't redub anything after that. It was like the second and third seasons were all original Japanese, they were just translated officially. I don't want to... I don't even have a way to take a picture or video of this without ending up showing my face. But I do have, like, the Blu-ray on one of the cubbies. Yeah, for audio under audio on the back of the box. Season 1, English and Japanese. Seasons 2 and 3, just Japanese. I do kinda wish Sentai had... Never knew the original anime was 2 seasons. Actually, it's 3. I didn't know it was 3. I also thought it was 1. With how the first season ended, I just kind of assumed, that was raw. And then years later, I found out, no, the whole original run is actually 55 episodes, not 24 or 26.
バトラ君だって家と学校では多少キャラクターが違うということがあるんじゃないかな。多分家での自分の姿をクラスの友人たちに見せるのは恥ずかしいはずだよ。
I'm sorry for keeping it going within this tangent, but, like, honestly, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Because I sit there like, saving Higurashi, good move. I enjoy the thing. I enjoy the thing. The Beautiful Joe anime still doesn't have a real official release outside of the old DVDs from the mid-2000s. Some of which you can only get off of, like, eBay now. Granted, I haven't seen any that are, like, fuck-ass expensive like the Ultimate Muscle manga volumes, but at the same time, I just kind of sit there like, so you mean to tell me Capcom will literally salvage everything before they salvage one Beautiful Joe thing? They made that painfully clear. They have made that painfully clear for years. And I'm still upset.
学校の自分は自分のなりたい姿の投影で、家の自分は本来の姿だから。
つまりキャラクターの使い分けというか、人格の多重化はごくごく当たり前だと言いたいわけか。
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒と言ったりするぜ。正直ドン引きするくらいにキャラを変える子もいるよ。男子にもいるだろ。切れたとか言ってやたらめったら粗暴キャラに変身するやつが。あれ本人はかっこいいと思ってるんだろうけど、見てて痛いよな。
Visual novels usually last one season. Yeah, and that's kind of what pisses me off about a lot of adaptations in general. Is, alright, we're adapting Persona 4. I get it's an RPG, but just go with it. Okay, one season. I do think it's one of the better video game to anime adaptations, but still just one season. Alright, Danganronpa, 13 episodes. It's a 30-plus hour visual novel with trials. That's nice. 13 episodes. Phoenix Wright, 13 episodes. Why 13? Or no, was it 26? I forget. But at least Phoenix Wright got like a second season. Danganronpa really got hit with the one season. Get out of my house. Then both sides of 3, which to be fair were anime only related things, but at the same time I was like, y'all could have fleshed this out more and also not forced people to watch back and forth. It's a really obnoxious episode order and way to do things. Oh yeah, also reminds me, Neptunian anime, 13 episodes, and we're not even really following the plot of the game. It's just kind of its own thing.
マリアくらいの年頃の女の子がさっきみたいな不気味な二重人格みたいなのを見せても
Honestly, Alex, in terms of adaptations I hear get shit on, it's either this or Blaze Blue that have it the worst. Because the Umineko one, like, I've been told not. Just don't even think about it. Same with Blaze Blue Alter Memory. I've just been told don't.
それほど珍しいものじゃないと言いたいのか？
There's also Art of Fighting and Sam Show. Those are also ones that I've been told just don't.
簡単にまとめるとそういうことだね。アイデンティティは自己を形成するための大切なもの。それをバカにしたりするとかえってその殻に閉じこもってしまうこともある。だからほどほどに付き合ってあげるのが大切なんだよ。それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだけどね。
兄貴、それで独身って信じられねえぜ。もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ。じゃあローザおばさんもあのマリアの二重人格についてはよく知っていたのかな？
知ってたぜ。ここだけの話、ローザおばさんはすっごく嫌がってた。気持ち悪いし、クラスでますます孤立を深めるだけだって。だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり、魔女みたいな声で笑い出したりすると必ずビンタしてたぜ。だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど。
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to prove she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I'd found that very disturbing. But after being lectured by George Oniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying to protect the peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember it now. During what we called battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that the invisible witch was standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, it could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria had said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aniva's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsui's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job in support of the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
ジェシカ、ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが、この屋敷じゃ違うのか？
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。でもそうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
おじい様がベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし、クラウスおじさんたちもおじい様と喧嘩がしたいわけもないから、表向きは口を揃えてる。だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。そうでしょ。
Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。でも表向きはその存在を認めてる。ほら、神様の存在を認めるようなそんな雰囲気だよ。実際にはいないことを知っててもそれを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ？やっぱり雇い主のじい様がいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか？
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど、使用人たちの間ではベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ。夜見回りをしている時、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も、カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I'd been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。
English dub badly don't sound right. Oh. Wait until this scene is over, because I'll probably look up the dubcast.
つまり
I'm not gonna play
使用人た
this
ちにとっ
'cause I
て
want the stream
ベア
to
トリーチェって
die.
存在はお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era. Shit, the trailer's on YouTube. Well, damn, I guess we're hitting that up after either this scene or after, like, the glass break happens. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house. Then they call in a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of the plot of that land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it's said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanting, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way. Brain? And the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. This wasn't limited to Japan. Probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amounts of sin, they will still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. So in short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference is on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまり
Kyle who? Wait, not gonna lie, Alex, I read that last name and my brain stopped. Like that. Ignexi? Ignexi? Like that last name feels... It feels like a lot. There's a lot of emotions that last name gives me, and none of them are good. Just Ignexi. Ignexi? Like, I know people can't help their last name, but it's one of those, like, I can't tell what that would even originate from, or where that would originate from. It's a
こ
very
の島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起これば、それはベアトリーチェの仕業だとなるわけか。シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
Don't know any of these VAs. Cast it. Wait, then who? Arrows not receiving enough video to maintain smooth. What? What do you mean you're not receiving? Kent Williams. Kent Williams is Kabito, okay. And now it says it's health. Okay. Brittany Karbowski's the only one I see that I know. I was gonna say who dubbed it, because I have a gut feeling I know what company dubbed it. Anime. Oh no, NAS America. Huh. I was gonna assume it was Funimation. Yeah, anime is licensed by NS. Sound Cadence is dubbing. Yeah, I know about Gold. I read that. I was talking about the anime. Because all it says so far is that... Yeah, all it says so far is that it was acquired by NIS America. So I'm assuming NAS America also dubbed it. Okay, let me actually look up Sound Cadence. This is the most off track I've been, like, in a stream in a bit. Portfolio. Okay, so they've done... Okay, so let me... Oh! They're the people who redubbed the Fatal Fury OVA collection. Okay, I was about to say that name feels like I've seen it recently. So let me read from the top. Actors: Songs Connection, Adachi and Shimamura. Art: Mananya and the Curious Bunch, Black Rock Shooter. Gold Cast is low-key full of unknowns. I haven't seen the Gold Cast. But BTX Neo, City Hunter, Shinjuku Private Eyes, Dragon Ghost House Hunting, The Fate of Furry OVA Collection, Full Dive, Galaxy Express, Eternal 999 Fantasy, Gleipnir, Gunbuster, Hells, Island of Giant Insects, Kageki Shoujo. I didn't even know Kimono Friends had a fucking dub. Memories, Phantom Trigger, Grisha, the animation, Prince Tennis 2, Hyote vs. Rikai, Game of the Future, Rio Rainbow that is the girl from fucking... I know she's from like a Koei pachinko game or some shit, or a Koei gambling game or some shit, but I've seen her in Warriors All-Stars and fucking One of the PSP DOA Paradise game. That one's all in Japanese. I can't read that. Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle. Suppose a kid from the last dungeon. Sorry. The way this is phrased. Suppose a kid from the last dungeon boonies moved to a starter town. Therme Rome. This boy is a professional wizard and this boy suffers from crystallization. What the fuck? In terms of video games, they worked on Alice VR, Ark Survival Evolved, Battle Right, Borderlands 3, Burn Your Fat With Me, Real Fitness, Virtual Love, Burn Your Fat With Me for Girls, Dead Island Epidemic, Dread Eye, Dread Out 2, Farah, The Letter, Love Esquire, Perfect Gold, Alchemy of Happiness, Palong Insanity, Regalia, Rogue Book, the definitive edition of Ruby Glim Eclipse, Sacrifier, Super Knockoff versus Victory Bells. The more I look into this, the less I want these people to dub it. They work on DBX, Death Battle, Death Race, The Ladder, and Red vs. Blue. So I no longer want this dub to happen. Sorry, it's just the way it is. I don't want it anymore.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。
As soon as I started seeing Ruby, that's when I just decided those games don't have good voice. Ruby doesn't have good voice acting. I'm backdashing out of this situation.
で、確
The
かジェシ
main
カは
four really don't.
朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だってふざけ
Basically,
てたんだよ
Bright
ね。
earlier, Alex told me that both seven expansion, another publisher, and Sound Cadence are gonna produce a version of Umineko with a dub cast. My issue is I looked at their repertoire and I saw Ruby on there and I immediately went, outside of not knowing what like 90% of what they dubbed was, I was just sitting there like, oh, no, I don't want this anymore. I'm leaving.
よく覚えてるな。
Just that was like as soon as I just start seeing Ruby stuff and I'm looking up for stuff in terms of voice acting, I'm sitting there like literally anyone who wasn't already an established voice actor in this is pretty fucking bad. Like Ruby has never been good in terms of a voice actress and that still irks me. Cause she started like mediocre and I was like, okay, she's getting into it, I understand it. She just starts yelling, me. Why do you only scream?
普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。
The way this man describes the designations of the murders is the most overactive thing ever. Oh god.
ま、そんなくだらない話さ。
I'm now dreading the end of the stream now. Because now I gotta watch the thing for the actual anime a bit. And then this... Actually, no. I just have to watch the trailer for Gold. Brian, I'm gonna get to it. You're so weak.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。
no.
それだけになれば多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。
When I watch that trailer, I'm probably gonna end up... Because I don't record while I'm streaming. This will be the one time I do. Just to see it.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
When he gets into the... Oh no.
そこでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
え？
つまりこの島では 人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。人間にはできないこと。人間は何人だ？ 18 人だ。つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。気に入らねえぜ。
I don't like it.
全然気に入らね
気に入らないって
Just in all
何がだよ。
caps. I hate it. Or not all caps, bold. Just hate it.
え。仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら、俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
ああ。だって事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったのは、深夜まで話し合いをしてたり夜勤をしてたり、あるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり、どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ。内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
うん。まあね。
つまり不可視の19人目が実在したなら最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。あ、いや、そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。不可視の19人目をアピールするためには死んだ6人以外の12人が全員白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
Under the conditions of which 12 remaining people.
疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。だから全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は19人目にとって自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。にもかかわらずその時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白。にもかかわらずマリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り誰もが自分でないと否定している。
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいるとこう言いたいのかよ。なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。まだおふくろの屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。まさかバトラーはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
ああ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在するとそうさ。昨べのあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。チェス盤を逆さにした限りじゃ俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
でも無視できない着眼点もあるね。19人目がいるかいないかは別にしてもその犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって何かを仕掛けてきている。僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
気持ち悪いことって？
覚えてるかい？ベアトリーチェの手紙。ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。そして利子とは後ろ宮家の全てだと言った。
Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous
言っ
night.
てたぜ。
Oh no, the smash invitation.
確かに言ってた。そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたらその権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
Just the mix-up Sakura was actually gonna put Umineko characters in Smash, but he figured they wouldn't have a moveset to pull from. The fighting game came out too late. 2 years too late.
おじいさまは黄金を授かり、後ろ宮家を再興した。
You know, seeing all those memes of banners of just characters people would have probably lost their shit out if Sakurai actually announced them. Still remember that one of Rena, where I just sat there like, you know, I'd be fine with this. Like again, Rena is one of the it's like one of the rare exceptions I have for a poster character where I don't mind them being on a lot of things. Do I want the other characters to these things? Yes. I like them too. But I sit there like, listen, this is the one that speaks to me the most. One of the few times I look at the poster character and go, this is one of the highlights.
つまり黄金を資本に生み出したもの全てが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。つまり
冗談きついぜ兄貴。まさか後ろ宮家の全て、つまりじいさまが生み出したもの全てってことは、じいさまから血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら、この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。となればこの事件はまだ続くよ。利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiramiya. And because Goda-san and Shannon-chan were killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe despite lacking the Ushiramiya name.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。でもおかしいよジョージ兄さん。ならどうして6人だけ？他に大勢殺せたはず。下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。どうしてそれをしなかったの？
特別条項だよ。黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら利子の権利は失われる。そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。おじいさまの黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
ジーザス
I wasn't ready for Daisuke Oda saying Jesus today.
ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。つまり犯人は俺たちにじいさまのあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん利子の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
I wasn't ready for Jesus. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. But not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that makes us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. And then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. For the time being, put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsui said that it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かに。そう考えると、あの怪しい手紙も納得がいくというもんや。その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
おお、ベアトリーチェはいる。おお。
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。
Just kid boot.
ですが、その存在を盲信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで、それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機はなるほどとうなずけるものがあります。しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
道理ですな。謎を解かせるなら金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
そうね。それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
確かにその通りや。もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
Brad, I will make sure your corpse is found in the middle of the street if you do that. Like, high key, on Discord you give me enough fucking conniption. Don't.
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
はい。
ならこういう発想はどうだろう。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
Couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies from far away. They say most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。じゃあさ、これはつまり全てじい様に当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit has already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state of the 6 corpses selected, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな、まさかそんな。
面白い話じゃない。つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ。
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
Natsui glared at her, but Aniva just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。それを思えばバトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
ジョージは黙ってなさい。そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら。
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や。
多分私でしょう。今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。源氏、これは返しておきます。
Natsui pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aniva giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
何のお話でしょうか。
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ。その定義の確認をしたいの。お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。
What the fuck? Yeah.
あとは窓？他に出入り口は？
I had a gut feeling I knew where that was going. God damn it.
ありません。
I thought I did something wrong when I just saw you in all caps. I was confused. So what did I do?
中に入るには入り口しかありません。
間違いなくね。秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。お父様が不在である以上、後宮家の最高序列者は私よ。その後宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。それを理解した上で答えなさい。あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
Natsui looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. Also, yeah, it does feel like she's possessed. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about the hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。隠し扉があると仮定されたら私の話は全て水の泡。
Aniva didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of conversation, had to feel that she was referring to Natsui.
母さん、何の話？
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。どうなの？源氏さん、カノン君、そして熊沢さん、隠し扉はあるの？ないの？源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。知らないとは言わせないわよ。
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
間違いなく片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
はい、間違いなく親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
結構。じゃあいい？ 話を始めるわよ。とってもシンプルな話なの。
Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Eva was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは、夏日、詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。姉さん、覚えてる？私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
ええ、覚えています。それが何だというのですか？
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは、兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。ところで姉さん、その時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
気づいたこと？何のことですか？
It's the equivalent of...
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。畳んだレシートを。
Like, the thing when I get to Higurashi, because it's the same voice actress doing the same tone of voice, Takano literally talks about 1-to-1. So it's just like, oh.
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。それが何か？
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
Aunt Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently he understood what Aunt Eva was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。何かを予見してたとか、ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。実はね、そのレシート、姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ。その時書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
ってことはどういうことですか？つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
ちょっと待ってよ、エヴァおばさん。レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。じいさまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what all this meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確には分かんないんじゃない？私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
なんやその話。なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
申し訳ありません。あの後立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失明していました。
知らないわよ、そんなの。私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくてお父様の部屋の扉の話よ。姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉を使わずどうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら。
そんなことは知りません。私が知りたいくらいです。
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や。
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですが、夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか。
私です。昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
はい、僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。だがな、夏日姉さん、不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのか分かりません。どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
父さんと母さんは、夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは嘘だと言っているのかい。
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Not Eva and not Natsui confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。でも今朝以降お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。
She still has to.
さあ、
You know they're right.
この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら。
So what are you gonna do? Shoot me? Hole in chest. Oh. Didn't think she'd do it. Aniva urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but it didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for an answer, the answer Aniva probably wants, we'll find that Natsui lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aniva's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。でもね、ジェシカちゃん、お父様の在室を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。 推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
なんだそりゃ。そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。
Get back in the fucking.
その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ。わかる？みんな。
This morning, my Aunt Natsui confirmed that grandfather was there. She lied. And he was already dead at the time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was just killed just a second ago. That make it possible for her to create an alibi even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming. Dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Ani was saying?
バカバカしい。推理小説など所詮は娯楽小説。そんなものばかり読んでいるから、そのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
そうだぜ。死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたって、そんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。古典の世界だったらともかく、現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。おかしいぜ。
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て、死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい、数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。しかも困ったことに、警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんて、ジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。ねえ南條先生。
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。誤審率も非常に高いと聞いております。確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。古典のトリックとちゃう。十分に通用するトリックなんや。夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
何の潔白を示せというのですか。
This is exactly where I thought it was going. Just she's gonna get mad and then she's gonna start holding the gun, but someone's gonna get shot.
今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。そして心の中に片翼のわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて、あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。それだけは断じて許せません。お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは断じて許せません。
あるいは お父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Yep.
聞き捨てなりません。それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。私は後宮夏希、この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻として、その責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
なんその銃で私を撃つの？
Fingers materialized.
いいわよ。撃っちゃえば。どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ。やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
この
It wasn't like Natsui had been actually holding the gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Eva, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
奥様、どうかお気をお静めください。
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
落ち着いてえな、夏日姉さん。確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
それもそうです。夏日さんは嘘をついていない。それだけのことじゃありませんか。
だから説明してほしいのよ。お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。扉も同じよ。今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。
I'm waiting for the mix-up if he left the door unlocked. I'm waiting for the mix-up if he left the door unlocked.
じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっ
That or
ぱり
someone
なっ
just
ちゃう
picked
も
the
のね。
lock. I'm waiting for those two things to be the mix-up.
あなたという人はどこまで私を愚弄すれば。
Ma'am, please put down the gun.
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。そうね、今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。
Please put the rifle
そうしたらあ
away.
なたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
そんなこと説明もできませんし不要です。
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。ここまでは依存ないわよね。
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。
Put down the gun.
その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
Put down the gun.
私の推理はこうよ。 扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。そしてレシートもそれを立証している。にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは窓よ。窓から出したのよ。夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのよ。踊れ。
奥様、こらえてください。
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
その後、中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに昨べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて、ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっちゅうことだ。本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。
What does that mean? Alex, what does that mean? That you... Every time.
だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方がない。
Just to see she gave Ava that soldier boy energy. How was I supposed to respond? Like, that is a sentence.
頼むわ、夏希姉さん。どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか。侍とわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや。
なぜこの私が後宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを。
Looks like I forgot everyone's views on the record now.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。エヴァおばさん。
ダメって何がだよ、バトラー。
Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Aniva's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が？バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
一方からしか見られないから夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。別に夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、そんなハッタリのチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ。レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。筋は悪くない。だが俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。これが答案なら居残りで補修ってとこだぜ。
She was ready to... She was ready to crack that salt. Oh, should have never gave niggas speech patterns. Should have never let humans type.
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。そしてその説以外にじい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。だが 夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、そうだと断言することは
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？姉さんしかありえないのよ。私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん、そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で、密室開封後には失踪している。これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。じゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。どうやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。だから窓も使用されていない。その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。これは認めるしかない。だがしかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン、ベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。例えばベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたらおばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い買い替え、この時レシートはもうない。つまりじい様は密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け、エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
何よそれ。どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？荒唐無稽にも程があるわよ。
ああ、荒唐無稽かもな。だがそれでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。チェスで言えばチェックくらいにはなったろ。
I don't know why I really like this song. Like, honestly, that and the weird early 2000s horror music, like horror game music that was playing earlier when she was being accused.
だがチェックメイトじゃねえ。
Well, let me say, it sounds like a rarer horror song, the one where she was being accused.
そして俺が最高に気に入らねえのは、それを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその論法さ。それがまかり通るってんなら、この後ろ宮バトラ、ここでもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。
Sounds like a sewer level song. It does. To be fair, the only sewer level songs I remember that aren't from a Ninja Turtles games are the second Full Metal Alchemist RPG on PS2. It doesn't sound like the East City sewers or its other map, the Sluiceway, which is a word that I still refuse to believe is real.
エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ、あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。あんたにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。じいさまの遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。母さんがじいさまの最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。
Sounds like the Full Metal Alchemist 1 series. I've never, I've listened to the soundtrack of Broken Angel, never really played it because admittedly that just watching that game high-key puts me to sleep. So I'd imagine playing it would give more of that effect.
バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。レシートの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。夏日おばさんだけが責められる道理はない。
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に。
It's not boring to play, it's in fury. Oh god. Because I remembered, a couple years back, I remembered watching Searching for Renoa play it, because he was doing that on his time at the channel before he stopped doing Let's Plays. And I was just like, yeah, I was kind of right to skip this one. It doesn't look interesting, at all. I don't think I watched it to the end, but I don't remember anything that seemed infuriating, just boring.
そんなざれ言で説明がつくと思って。
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。特によ、誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。お嬢様、お嬢様。
Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees.
ジェシカ、しっかり。なんじゃ先生。
ジェシカさん、吸入器を早く。私が持ってきているのがあります。
Dr. Nanjo pulled out a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
お嬢様、お薬です。さあ。
Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。びっくりしたぜ。
大したことねえよ。心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Never had an asthma attack, but I've seen someone carry it out of the street. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. That's fine. A kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless ordinary people. When the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。
They literally lost Jesus. Someone with asthma is low-key terrifying to witness. This, I assume it's not any less terrifying if you don't have it.
夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。明日警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。でもバトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？犯人を。大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
それは否定しないです。これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を、たとえ1日であったとし。でもだからといって18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。俺にとってのエヴァおばさんはちゃめっ気があっていつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。そんなおばさんとこんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。ここにいる誰だってそんなことは望んでねえはずさ。だろみんな。
バトラ君に同じ意味のない罵り合いだね。多分これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるからみんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
でしょうな。無理もないことです。言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。 レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
そうね、そうレシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。
That smile is like, it's a genuine smile. It feels gross coming from her and her alone.
私たちだって等しく疑わしい。でもねバトラ君、レシートの話だけは本当よ。これ忘れないでね。そしてこれがどういう意味を持つかもう一度よく考えてみてね。
Aniva and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they had planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It'll definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry,
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょう。私も同じよ。確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。
if I were Battler, I'd tell her to stop using that tone of voice with me. She has... like... I don't know what kind of tone of voice it is. It feels mocking, but it also sounds like... Dude, this is just the back of my head. It either sounds like she's trying to fuck or mock somebody. Probably both at all times, and I sit there like, ma'am, could you speak regular? It's very strange. I don't like it.
あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
Why did you pick back up the gun? Put it down.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Put the fucking rifle down.
でもくれぐれも用心を。
Put it the fuck down.
ありがとう姉さん。そして余計なお世話よ。姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
ええ、十分よ。じゃあね、夏日姉さん。源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
源氏、カノ、お二人を客室までお送りを。
結構よ。送り狼なんて嫌だもの。むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。ジョージ行くわよ。
僕はここでみんなといるよ。
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。そんなところにいるつもり？
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。僕は あんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
ジョージももう一人前の男や。そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるなら、それも勝手やろ。好きにさせたれ。
父さん。
Oniva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice they called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about the needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made contact. Oh shit. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて、ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and raised her face again. Oh no.
そうだよ。
As soon as I read that line of text, I was going to say, oh no. Maria Triss.
魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。ベアトリーチェは72中の全てに精通する。
72.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし、彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
Just yo gop. Who the fuck am I?
魔女はすげえな。頼むから、もしまだ事件を起こす気なら絶対に人間には無理なことをして俺に19人目を、いや魔女の存在を信じさせてくれよ。
いいよ。
Okay.
あったら伝えておくよ。
Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 80 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19x18. How do you explain the fraction? How do you spin the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder. A 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. The witch cannot be seen because Beatrice has no body, therefore she's invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19x18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Other dimension? Maybe she's just fucking with people through dimensions? Oh shit, big clock. I don't think we've ever seen the clock this big before. Okay, that was the glass break. So I'm gonna save, I'm gonna head up the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna look at this trailer. And then end the stream. So let me just... I mean, yeah, Brett, I said I was gonna use the bathroom, then do it. Jesus Christ, dropped like 40,000 fucking frames? It's a good thing I had no other plans. It's a really good thing I really didn't have any other plans for this stream, because Jesus. I'm back. So now let me close the game. Then and find the video. So actually no. Lumen Gold. Okay. Yeah, this is the official Kickstarter trailer.
You who seek the Golden Land, on the first twilight, offer up the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
Cling to the wings of the gold.
Yeah, I'm skipping the intro. I want to get to the rest of the actual voice work.
I never knew they had a storehouse all the way over here.
Oh, they sent me crayons.
What on earth is that? When Ava looked in the direction Cannon was pointing, the spectacle in front of her left her speechless. The entrance to the storehouse was covered by a large
I was not
metal
expecting
shutter,
to the force of I recognized to be
on the door.
Chi-Chi of all people.
filthy from exposure to the wind and rain. There was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid. Mucus. Or maybe it was paint. But the rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. And the market form seemed to suggest something truly ominous. 2 circles were drawn on the shutter, with a design inside that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross
I
were
do like the
widely
way this is
exaggerated,
presented visually a lot
like
more.
some kind of ancient crest. And in the spaces between those shapes, there were some strange, foreign symbols crammed together in a fitful, angry scrawl.
Sweet Lord in heaven. Is this one of those magic circles they use in satanic ceremonies?
Who did this? When did it appear?
There was nothing drawn here when I came by yesterday.
We must cover it up immediately before anyone else sees it. For now, Cannon and I will use the paint inside the storehouse, but we will give it a more thorough cleaning once the storm passes.
Yes,
Genji
it would be
sounds
best to get this
sophisticated
vulgar
as fuck,
graffiti
my
out of
God.
sight, if only temporarily. Cannon, please raise the shutter at once.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I was...
Cannon squatted in front of the shed, turned a key in the lock, and
I was actually... Southern accent. Like, honestly, I was fine with the dub up until I heard Genji Aiki. Because I'll say, like, he doesn't sound bad, but he sounds weird. Hideyoshi sounds weird, too. But I could at least feel like I could get used to how Hideyoshi sounds.
slowly lifted the shutter. A loud screech resounded through the garden until that ominous drawing finally disappeared from their vision. For a moment...
Oh, wait a minute. I said I would record this. Is this still in the works? Yeah, right. They did say April of this year that it's still in the works, but they can't really give any real say on it. Wait until I hit Battler. That's why I backed out and remembered to try and start recording this. That is why I immediately backed out and made sure I was recording. So back to it.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the parlor, the children could hear hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. It was Genji, but he was out of breath and disheveled, looking as if he had come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, his shoes were caked with mud, and the bow tie on his suit was askew, in stark contrast with his usually trim, stately appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo sitting on the sofa, He gave a hurried, silent bow before approaching him with panic in his eyes.
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but I need you to come with me right away.
What has happened?
I need your services.
Wait, Nanjo didn't get his.
Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear. Instantly, the old doctor went white as a sheet, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, shuffling a bit so as not to alert the children sitting around the television. As they turned the corner to leave, they bumped into Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a china tea set. Just as he had
honestly,
done with Nanjo,
the presentation's fine until I noticed the way they
that made her
cycled
entire
through
frame
sprites.
go stiff as a board. Abandoning the serving cart, the three of them dashed toward the entrance. When George caught a glimpse of them through the rain-spattered window.
Where are they going in such a hurry?
Yo, Josh
That's
Grell.
weird. Do you think there was some kind of accident outside?
Well, I say we follow them. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right?
Wait. That's not Badler. That's not Bladler. Give me a minute.
That's weird. Do you think there was some kind of accident outside?
Well, I say we follow them. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right?
Oh no! What did they do to my boy? Oh no! Like, hey, I don't believe this. I need to hear it again.
Weird. Do you think there was some kind of accident outside?
Well, I say we follow them. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right?
What? It sounds like a weird mix between Jason Griffith Sonic and Axel from Kingdom Hearts. Why does he sound like...
For some reason, Battler's bright, cheery tone felt
Sounds like a
very
PBS
indiscreet.
Kids character.
But George and Jessica couldn't deny that they were a little concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain. So they got to their feet and prepared to leave.
I have not seen that.
Wait up a
Jessica
sec.
sprite.
I'll go get us some umbrellas first.
Thanks. Come to think of it, I'm kind of surprised Mr. Genji didn't have umbrellas for those two. Natsuhi's gonna be pretty steamed. Hey, Maria, you coming too, or are you gonna stay here and watch TV?
Hey, there's Rena on the TV. But, I was gonna say, the hearing it more, it's not like the voice actor's doing a bad job, it just doesn't fit Battler. Because it sounds too, like... I guess I'd say, thinking about it, it sounds a bit too Todd Habercornish? Like he's trying to imitate Todd Habercorn. It's not working. And even if it was Todd Habercorn, it still wouldn't work. I don't like this for Battler. Like, it's not, like, again, it's not like the acting is bad. It's just the voice doesn't feel compatible.
Wanna watch TV?
She'll
Hey,
be
yo,
all right on
Zucker.
her own for a few minutes. We'll be back soon, Maria.
Actually, no,
Wait
it's
for us
fucking
here,
Zeno
okay?
from Super. Like,
We
most
ran
of
after
these
Jessica into
decisions
the rose
I
garden.
don't dislike.
Cold
It's
raindrops
just
biting at our
Battler.
skin like insects. It felt like the wind was getting stronger with every step we took, and the ominous sound of thunder began to rumble. An eerie presence hung in the air. Like some unseen force was watching us, silently urging us to turn back. Jess, is there something over this way?
I'm pretty sure there's a shed for gardening tools or something.
Why would they run off to a place like that?
Sure enough, the three cousins eventually spotted an old, gloomy-looking storehouse beyond the garden hedges. They could see Genji, Nanjo, Kanon, Ava, and Hideyoshi standing in the doorway, looking as if they were searching for something. But Natsuhi was standing outside alone, with not even an umbrella to protect her from the downpour. The children could not see her face, but they could tell that she was hanging her head, and her usual pristine posture looked oddly broken and frail.
Wander into the garden and find her mother like...
When she heard the sound of wet footsteps behind her, a frantic expression rose to her face. She turned toward Battler, George, and Jessica with her arms spread wide. Raw terror in her eyes as she cried out,
"Don't come any closer! Go back inside the house!"
In spite of her, cried out, "Don't come any closer!"
She's voiced by what's the shape-shifting dude in Full Metal Alchemist? Who's the shape-shifting guy in Full Metal Alchemist? I forget his name every time. The one I thought for years was a girl. She's playing Natsui? That's another weird one. I don't know. I need to hear more of it.
Closer! Go back inside the house!
In spite of her efforts,
Envy, thank
rather,
you.
because of them, the children saw the scene Natsuhi was trying so
It feels
desperately
weird
to shield
thinking
them
about how
from.
Natsuhi is envy.
Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down, flickering like a flame in the darkness. And there, right before their eyes, was...
George, take your cousins and get out of here! Now!
And Ava was also spreading her arms. A faint look of dread on her face. At first I thought she was trying to prevent us from getting too close to something dangerous. But that wasn't the reason. She was trying to stop us from seeing that scarring sight. As a mother, she was trying to protect us, to block our view of that terrible massacre by at least the width of one arm. This is some kind of sick joke, isn't it? I was fine. After all, I'd seen this kind of thing a million times. In movies, TV shows, comic books. Over and over again, I've seen it. This is just another scene, like in some stupid horror movie, right? I can take this. But that suit... It's my dad's, isn't it? So that must be Uncle Kraus. And Kyrie. Aunt Rosa.
Dad!
Mr. Goda.
Dad! Jessica! Stop! Oh my God! You can't go in there! You can't! Look!
Aunt Natsuhi held Jessica in her arms. And Aunt Ava held on to George. So only I didn't have a parent there to stop me from approaching the entryway. But that's not true. My parents are here. The people who would stop me, they're right here. Aren't they?
Rigor mortis has taken effect in all of the bodies. Most likely, 6 hours or more have passed since the time of death. But as far as I can tell by looking at the wounds, it is likely that they were mutilated after they had already passed.
What the hell are you saying? Just killing them wasn't enough for this sick bastard? So they went on to do something like this?
Oh,
this
God.
is the work of a demon.
Oh, God. Hideyoshi, oh, God. No, never mind. The more I hear him, the worse he gets. Like, honestly, so far it's been mainly just Battler. Hideyoshi just no. The more I hear of him is just no. Like overall, so far, there's like 8 minutes left. It's not sounding bad. It's just Hideyoshi and Battler need a lot. They need a lot more work.
Just as Jessica said. It did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades. A grass sickle and a hammer. Some carpentry tools. A saw. Piled up potted plants and fertilizer. But in the shadows, You could see the corpses of 5 people laid to rest among the tools. No, laid to rest doesn't even begin to describe it. They'd been tossed in there like bags of fertilizer. All of the bodies jammed into that garden storehouse looked like they were wearing some kind of thick, wet makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed, smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't possibly make. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I could see their mouths because they were gaping wide, with their gums exposed. The front teeth were missing, and even their cheeks were all torn up. And God damn it, Dad! I always told you to go to hell, but I didn't mean like this. Even an asshole like you didn't deserve to get butchered like an animal. And Kiriath.
Like, he's not
God,
bad.
Kiriath.
His VA's genuinely putting in work. It just doesn't fit Battler's design. At least for me, it doesn't. Because, honestly, I think this guy is selling it. Like, he's selling it super hard. Like, he genuinely sounds good. It's just not a voice I hear out of Battler.
I told you this guy would bring you nothing but trouble. There was no reason for you to end up like this, too. They've got no faces. No faces. Damn it! Damn it!
Battler, you mustn't stay here. Your mother and father wouldn't want you to see them like this. For their sakes, you mustn't look anymore.
Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're asleep, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kyrie have no faces. Oh, God. I can't picture what they looked like before they died. What's wrong with me? Well, I have to picture this every time I remember them? Well, that's just great. I didn't want to remember the old bastard's smug face anyway. Great. That's just fucking great. Fuck!
Stop it, Battler. Just stop it.
George!
Just stop it.
George! I fell to my knees, clinging to George's waist and sobbing like a child. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, just screaming and sobbing.
Like, he's genuinely
Over
doing
the
a
sound
great
of the-
job. It's just not a voice I hear out of Battler.
Father, the ones dead, the ones lying there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, and Aunt Rosa, and Mr. Goda. So there are 5 victims, right?
No, there's one more over here.
The body Hideyoshi was looking down at was hidden among the shadows of the shed, in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George asked his father another question, in a voice that was full of dread, even though he already knew what the answer would be.
So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon.
Yes, it's Shannon.
For a long moment, George fell completely silent. He wanted to run to his beloved's dead body. He wanted to scream, and he wanted to cry. But instead of rashly rushing forward, he fought to keep his composure and spoke to his father in the steadiest voice he could muster.
So she's the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?
Hideyoshi understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Rather, he felt that silence was the only sensitive response he could offer his grieving son.
Can I look at her?
No, you can't.
Why not? I'll never get to see her face again. I just want to look at her one more time.
The last time you saw Shannon was yesterday, right?
Yes.
I see. And when you last saw her, what kind of expression did she have?
The night before, when George handed Shannon the engagement ring, she looked surprised and hesitated, even though she must have known he was going to propose. Then she blushed and ran away, embarrassed. That was the expression that revived in George's mind.
It was a wonderful smile.
Hideyoshi looked down at Shannon's lifeless form, crumpled at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it would make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of what used to be her face remained.
George, I know it's hard, but Shannon would be glad you didn't end up seeing her like this. I'll bet right now she's thanking you for holding strong, showing restraint.
Every time he drops the accent, it sounds
Father,
better. Why does he have an accent?
I have a request.
What is it?
I need you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger?
A ring? Let me see.
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to something on Shannon's body.
Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring. A real nice one, too.
And which finger is it on?
The ring finger on her left hand.
George leaned against the side of the storehouse and collapsed with his head in his hands.
Okay, so now I can think about that. I definitely still prefer the Japanese, but most of what I heard here wasn't bad. Like, I don't think the dub of this will be bad. I'm definitely interested in it. I guess my main issue is just some of the voice choices, or just the delivery, because everyone else in this trailer sounded fine. Like, Battler Englishman, yeah, like, this kind of like Nexi guy, like, I don't think he's bad. Like, I think he does a good job with what he's given. It's just that his voice, or the voice he chose, he was told to do here, doesn't really fit Battler. Like, Battler's voice to me is like deep, but not too deep. It still has elements of being light and jovial to it. It feels like they got the light and jovial correct, but then hit the deep for the emotional bit, and it was like, oh. English Battler made me laugh the whole time. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, I don't find it, like, up so bad it's good performance, because I genuinely do think it's a good performance. It just doesn't fit him. Yeah, but everyone else was fine. Josh Greller's George, Brittany Karbowski is Shiromiya. Ironically enough, her being dubbed Katsuragi makes the most sense. Which is even funnier because in Japanese, Kanon's voiced by Katsuragi. Kind of figured they have him have a more androgynous voice in the dub. It was like a rant rather than freaking you. I mean, honestly, dude was trying his best, and I don't think his best was bad at all. So for me, I sat there like, he's trying to sell it. Editing was just snappy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how they were cycling through all the sprites to, like, feign animation and stuff like George's lip. Like, stuff like George's lip when he was crying about Shannon. That also was really, like, I don't want to say the whole of the editing was bad, because there are parts of the editing I did like, but some of those cycling through sprites was just like, oh, that's very awkward, or it's a bit much. Oh, hey, that was Amber Lee Connors. Keiichi and Rena in the background. Howard Wang and Sasha Bell Schiller. Did they recast? Wait, they recasted them again. Like, this is the third time that Rena and Keiichi have had different English VAs, because there was the dub of the original anime, Go and Sotsu, and now there's this. And I'm assuming the Japanese side of thing is the exact same. Huh. I didn't know Maria was voiced by Nepgear in Japanese. They could keep Battler but tell him to go with it. Yeah. I feel like a different voice direction could save Battler and Hideyoshi. Because I don't want the dude to get outright replaced. Because, again, he's not doing a bad job. His direction needs work. Like, high-key, I was expecting it to be kind of turbo bad, but it's a decent dub. Like, I want to hear more of it, and I hope it gets better the more it's worked on. Huh, Ryukishi approved the casting himself. Alright, so let me move it back to the... I don't have an actual screen to move it back to, so well, actually no, I can go back to window capture and quick, because actually this got me thinking. BTVA, because this makes me think, did the anime ever get a dub? Because it may be another slow brain hour moment. It's still weird thinking about how this, it's still weird to think about, to be the guy who voiced Daisuke Ono really went on to be Jotaro at some point. He just became Jotaro when All-Star Battle hit, and they said, he's really good, keep him. So I guess it didn't? Hang on. So what if I type in anime dub, if it had one? Oh, it never had one, I guess. I guess it never had an official dub then. So NAS probably only ever released its sub. I high-key was kind of hoping it did have a dub. But I guess not. I mean, Alex, if I'm being honest with you, I don't dislike the original Higarashi's dub or the new one, but high key, that's probably a big favor because as far as I know, the anime for Umineko doesn't have much going for it from what I hear. Because I want to see if my anime list actually does have the dub cast. Because if not, I can hit up Behind the Voice Actors. Not just the Japanese ones. And of course they randomly use art references from everything. So what mazes? Change this text to something. There we go. Just set that up. So, thanks for coming out. I have nothing really to end the stream on except this. So thank you guys for coming out. It's been fun. Hopefully see you guys later.